I hath returneth from the deptheth of the kitcheneth. Which is now a snack apocalypse. I made myself too much food, I think. The snack with the double C is real? The snack? You gotta pronounce it strongly. The snack? That's not how you say it. That's not how it works. Decently tasty, though. Of course, my food is slightly difficult to eat. Because it's trying to, like, fall apart or whatever. Indecision is such a powerful thing. I still can't decide between whether or not I want to, like, do pre-processing on the grammar rules that I'm working with, or if I just want to continue down the path of, like, taking the existing system that I've been writing and just tack on the different grammar functions. Like, so far, I think we're just going down the path of, like, add more state to the grammar parsing thing. It'll be fine. It will be fine. I don't even know how I would pre-process the grammar. Like, I sort of went down that route a little bit in terms of like how to do it, but I'm not sure if I would be able to come up with like anything definitive. Because I guess to figure it out, I would have to like detect whether or not a given path has a set of like, I guess, terminatable tokens or something. I don't know, but it does sound almost sort of appealing. It can be like, here's a current mode for the tokens. If you're in this mode, you can expect this token. This will switch you to some other mode. Though I feel like the number of modes, if I did that, would kind of like... I don't know, explode in combinations? Unless I figured out how to, like, actually descend into the different, like, sub-trees of the grammar, then, like, maybe. Thinking out how to plan my program is taking more thoughts and driving me in more circles than, like, actually trying to write it. Very troublesome indeed. Of course, if it was easy, I think other people would have done it by now. Oh wait, people have done it before. In lots of different ways. Yeah, don't stay on the food. Stupid. My food is trying to escape. I don't want my food to escape. Especially because my food is very much inanimate. There is no escape, no hope, only numbs. Sometimes I wonder what the typical what the typical new viewer focus is. Like if you've never been on my stream before and you wander in here during snack time or something silly like this, and I'm just yapping about some nonsense like how to fabricate the pattern for grammar IO parsing or whatever. No one knows what the hell I'm talking about. But if you want advice about what a junior developer should be focusing on, a lens that's purely a meme, but on a more serious topic here. If you actually genuinely want some advice. I would probably say that the focus here should be on, I guess, the big picture. The broader ecosystem of components. How things fit together. Because this is a skill that you sort of need to build up over time. But it's something you sort of have to be aware of. Not just how to make the function do the thing, but how it fits into the wider scope of a project. Another important thing to keep in mind is that you should probably learn, if you have not already, is learn how to find out information. For example, I'm trying to work on a shell, which is like basically a programming language. So let's say you've never made a programming language before. Which a lot of people haven't. So then you'd have to be like, well, how do I do that? You have to develop, I guess, a skill, a personal skill, as like of like finding out the different steps that would be needed to like approach this task. You'd have to search for it, and you might find out that you have to do like what's called lexing and parsing, and there's all these symbols and there's all these terms and there's all this stuff that would be very, very, very unfamiliar to you if you were to encounter it for the first time. So just like the skill of like figuring out how to figure out things will probably take you further than like any other actual specific technology. Because the thing that makes a good developer is basically the ability to be versatile, to learn new things, and to not be stubborn about things. Like refusing to learn a technology is kind of not a very good attitude. There has to be a compelling reason. Like maybe you learn a technology and you're like, this framework sucks because meh. You actually have to have like a reason. Like a lot of people don't like Python. Most commonly cited reason is that the syntax is funny. Who cares if the syntax is funny? You're still programming stuff. If on the other hand you were like, I don't want to use Python because it doesn't like run fast enough, and we're actually writing all of our script in Python itself, then I'd be like, well, there's ways around that. Sometimes you have to dig deeper. There are ways of making different programming languages just sort of fly in actual performance. I don't know, this sounds like a bunch of random nonsense to me. Just a bunch of random thoughts. I hope at least some of them were insightful at all. Making the app and import C program. C program. Run. Yeah, at that point you probably just want to like. Well, there's like two different routes. There's actually like another language out there which is supposed to be specifically for like it's supposed to be like a pre-compiled version of like Python or something. It's supposed to make programs go really fast. It's obviously not 100%. But I know it exists and it was advertised because it was like it was supposed to be to make it possible for Python developers to write like super high performance applications. And it was something somewhat recent, and I wish I could remember the names of these things. Maybe the Google tell me. Be like high perform. If I could spell performance. If I could just type it all with one hand, this is very. What's it called? I think it's called Mojo. This is the one I'm thinking of. The Mojo. Although there are definitely other avenues. Sometimes just like rewriting your code can actually make it perform better. I'm very chewy. A very chewy, yummy snack. like munching my food here. Kind of feel like I got to the end of my the natural end of my ranch. No more rant. A good time to finish my rant, though. Because now I've also finished my snack. Although I don't know if I would call it a snack. It was kind of like a proper meal in and of itself. Anyways, now that I've munched it thoroughly, I will be right back. Clicky. I've returned again. And clicky. I need more clicky clicky. More clicky clicky. Maybe less yappy yappy. More clicky clicky. Alright, back to this unmitigated mess. So, the notion here is then I have to take whatever the current, whatever the current grammar items are for a given context, and we want to look at the individual items in like a command list, for example, according to what is on this giant stack of whatever they're called. The whatever they're called, the the yeah, the yeah, the no, yeah, but no, but no, but yeah, but no. So these are, I guess the grammar rules or some such. The grammar of the rules. So, if we have the rules of the grammar, I think what we want to do here is we want to take the items in the grammar list and want to turn these into like things we actually search through TM. So like if we have, let's say, a line end, or maybe nothing. Maybe we have nothing. Let's step into line break. And line break expects a new line list or empty. We don't have a new line list. So it just picks empty, which will always match. So we get our line break, and we push our line break into like a list of grammar items. But this also means that we have to back up, go back to the top of parsing program, and try to reparse it again, basically. So then we have like, okay, we have a grammar item, which means that we have to match a grammar item. So if we have line break so far, we have to find something that starts with line break. You start with line break. Thus, if we get this far, we need to like skip over the line break grammar item and any tokens that it has consumed. Up to this point. So whatever keeps track of like token offsets also needs to keep track of, I guess, grammar stack offsets. Probably. Probably. Because we need to be able to match the grammar set to, I guess, the items on this stack. And then if we don't have the items on the stack, or if we reach the end of the stack, then we start looking for tokens again. So if we have a line break and we skip over the line break, then we get here, and then we'd be like right here in the stack, because we haven't processed it yet. So we would step into this looking for the commands. Complete commands can contain itself, which we sort of handle, but in this case we would skip because we are already in here. Consist of command, a list itself, or an and or. But we don't have and or, so we'd go into pipeline, which contains pipe sequence. Pipe sequence contains command. Command could be simple command. Simple command could be prefix, which is its own thing, or it could be command name, which is what we have. be a word. So we would be like, oh, we found something. We found a word. She must be command name. So we would push command name onto the stack, back up to simple command. And because we have an item in the list here, then we would be like, is this a grammar command name? Nope. What about this one? Yeah. Yeah. In fact, we could even like take shortcuts. A little bit. Because we know we generated the item here in the simple command. I don't have to go back to the top of simple command. We could actually start scanning simple command from this point. I think. I want to say that's how that would work. But I'm also not entirely sure. I'm not sure if that would actually behave properly or not. Also, there's kind of a lot of stuff here. I need to descend and just be like, if the, it's called, the Parsi stack thing length is greater than or equal to 2, just returns, so we're not like screaming to the console a bunch of stuff that I'm not dealing with yet. Because I kind of want to take this like a little bit at a time. Little bit at a time. I don't want to do the whole thing until I'm like certain. Until I am certain that it will actually cover all the different like steps that I need to do. So if we have line break, then our current state should be program. We have the current visit stack. Should probably also have maybe the different indexes or something, indices, maybe. So I think it's I and then it's A. This is a lot of indentation. What are you? You have no tokens. Don't do the stupid indentation thing. Index 0. 0 tokens, 0 match so far. Index 0, alternate 1. I'll put these down here. Tired of like digging for them. So the current state is line break. Line break item 1 is the empty field. That makes sense, I guess. We didn't have end of line. And we did not have new line list. We do have line break matching emptiness. So yeah, I think we would step back to program in that case. Then what would we want here? We would want the different object states. So I don't want to like display that. We got the item, we got the match count, we got the index. It's not quite. I don't want to format it the way I did previously. Kind of, sort of previously. Are there any other fields? I guess there is. There is the match count. Maybe. feed this more gibberish. More debug gibberish. More debug gibberish. See, what would this do? This would like... I guess this would like implicitly tell it. It'd be like it implicitly matches correctly. So... So... If we increment the match count, and the match count happens to be somewhat connected to, like, the grammar, I guess that would be the only way to actually have a match count that makes sense. Would be if it does match the grammar. In which case, why am I keeping track of that? Do I need to keep track of that? Do I even need to keep track of this? Can this just be like an implicit value? Or can I reuse this for the thing that I actually need to use it for? Because if the offset here doesn't equate to what we actually have, there's lots of different ways that the program in question might actually reconsider what is invalid and what isn't valid. I've definitely used this pattern before, like it shows up here in like expectations area. Or in the tokens. Technically, we're not required to push the tokens. I think I have concluded that we don't have to push tokens. Only grammar items. So I don't try to recheck the grammar items. Because if an item is looking for a token, Then we just be like, do I have this token? No. Skip it. But I might need to carry forward the offset for the grammar item stack. Probably. So let's see. I want to add like some sort of status here. I think. Is this like an item? Was not matched. Does this show up anywhere? Or was this a bit of a gotcha? Is an item previously expected? That shows up all over the place. I do have item was not matched once or twice here. It is the comrade soul. Hello, hello. Hello, hi, welcome. So if I have an item previously expected. It's very, so very, It's not very pizza. Always with discussions of the pizza. Everyone's always wandering about, asking about the pizza. I don't even think I have this anywhere. This example, do I? Oh, we do have one. Okay, but why do we have one of these instead of something else? Why would we have something else? What is this? This is the visit stack. The item is recursively visited. Definitely don't want that one. Oh god. What about? What about something else? What about a skewer? Let me out. Let me out. Alright, what is this? Token expected. We don't have that. Previous expected. We don't have that. We don't have that. The command. Got list separator up. List separator. We already visited list. So we visited number, IO location. It's like previously expected catches a lot of cases. I guess for item not matched. This would technically be part of. I guess an alternate check maybe. So maybe like anywhere we increment item I. Where might that be? Where might that be? Not there, not there, not there. We got token match. A token could match. We don't have token match. So maybe it's in here? No? No, that resets. That resets things. The future Mesaka is gonna hate me for writing all this code. Absolutely. 100%. It's pretty hideous. It's pretty bad. Pretty eek. What are you? Unwind. Unwind 2. Wait, which item is this? What even are we getting stuck with here? I even need to worry about this part. Alright, command prefix. Whatever tried to match command prefix kinda sort of failed. Don't know why though. Why though? You're probably because I don't know, item previously expected. Binds to simple command. If this is at the end, why is this indented like this? It's such a mess. This is such a mess. Very eek. So much eek. It's value. The match count thing. Kind of like doing. It's kind of like fulfilling the role of what I want, but it also kind of isn't. Kind of, sort of isn't. Kind of ink. I think unwind is kind of. I think that's doing the increment. Unwind is doing the increment. So if we have an item previously expected. And then we have unwind. I kind of lose out on the context that unwind functions. The Mesaka still goes round and around. You're still kind of going. I feel like I'm close to something, though. Kind of. Because it's like anytime I do one of these unwind operations, like that kind of thing sort of technically applies to these different contexts. We have a different context. And then then I don't know what then. I'm total confusion. I'm kind of confusion. Like I don't think we should be incrementing. the I value, the evil confusion. Not the evil confusion. Thought of... I don't know what you mean by quitting to code. What you mean by this? Clarification is required. All of these return. All of these do thing. Unlearn. No parallel universe exists. How do you know whether or not a parallel universe exists? Where I don't program. Although for certain, the number of parallel universes where I do, pretty frequent, pretty common. You have to go pretty far back in time in order to mess that up. I actually had a dream about a parallel universe once. Where I actually had to like help a Maisaka from a parallel universe. And in the parallel universe, the other Maisaka, instead of doing like Twitch live streams, this other Maisaka did like YouTube. It's like the trippiest dream ever. It's like YouTube. Like the Maisaka YouTube content creator person thing. I don't know. That could be this timeline. Somewhere in the future. Or it could just be a dream that's meaningless. Lots of different ways of interpreting it, perhaps. I certainly tell myself often enough that I should probably do like YouTube. And then I don't do it. It doesn't happen. I'm just like, nope, I don't want to edit video. I don't even want to like snip the video down, which isn't even all that hard. I am that lazy. I don't even like stream Final Fantasy. This is like a very extremely rare case. There's been a couple of times when I'm just like, sometimes I just wonder if I should just like delete any references to Final Fantasy in like my stream descriptions or whatever. With the description panel. Because I don't really stream it much anymore. Only kind of play it casually. Star Citizen. A Star Citizen. Well, got my hydrate taken care of. I don't usually play a lot of games at all, come to think of it. The context was like, I don't know, what was the context? How did I get here? I think I'm missing the context. The Final Fantasy gaming. I think I brought this up because, like, my YouTube, the one that I actually have right now, in the here and the now, like my I have like some Final Fantasy gameplay videos up on there, and I'm like, I don't stream that. I think I forgot to mention that I put like some Final Fantasy videos on my YouTube. Some of them are actually well edited. Some of them are kind of meh. Like a lot of it was back when I used to do a bunch of the raids. I like edited compilations of like the raids. Or like me randomly doing stuff in the game. I'm not very good at it. It's just kind of okay. Software I was using was not very good at editing the stuff. It was like, what's it called? KDN Live. It's part of the KDE project, like a lot of things. Kind of E. Anyways, I have been requested to take stretch break. So I'm gonna find what's it called? Stretch break text. Stretch pad. I have no such thing. I just sit on the floor. Sit on the floor and do a couple of like very simple stretches. I also, obviously, get out of my chair, stand up a bit. Stretch pad and roller. Seems excessive. I don't usually try to stretch out my back. It's mostly just my legs. Because I sit too much. Anyways, we're gonna summon the pool again. And then I'm gonna get up for a number of minutes. It's probably gonna be about 10, maybe. This is pretty typical. It usually runs into like the 20 minutes if I'm like really, I don't know, determined to stretch or something. The Mesaka has returned. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Is it the same Mesaka? No, maybe not. It's probably future Mesaka. Now, future Mesaka gets to stare at whatever past Mesaka does. And the past Mesaka. The past Mesaka? I don't know what the past Mesaka was thinking. What even? What was the past Mesaka thinking? Should get up and stretch. Possibly. This is very possible. I wrote it. I know how it works. Future Mesaka doesn't need to know how it works. Clearly. Meanwhile, future Mesaka be like, why the hell did I write this? Why the hell did I write any of this? Oops. Oops. Gotta be in terminal mode. So I can kill the terminal program. Yeah. I don't recall this being so darn complicated. This is item previously expected unwind. Let's see, where do we have unwind? Let's just copy unwind. Anytime we have something that like increments A. We should be like an unwind here. We're gonna get rid of the I value. Because that'd be kind of silly. Probably. I don't know if that's a good idea though. I almost think that I should just take these like item reset things and put those somewhere. Because I feel like this could probably be like a process in and of itself. If it unwinds to an item that's invalid, then we probably want to, I don't know, skip whatever. Be like a while. While such and such, like clear all these. And then maybe that will skip the not matched items. Or maybe it will like just give me a ton of items to sort through. I don't know. Now you do. Previously expected. Not unwind. Or not increment unwind. Oh, that should be what it's called. Reset unwind to the VM threads. Yeah, they're technically all clocked together. So each one experiences they all get cycled. like in sequence. Like one cycle occurs on all the VMs, and it loops around. And yeah, kind of spins. DMCA police. The DMC police. Hi hi. Hi hi hi. Not enough spin. Spin, spin, spin. Never enough spin. Spin, spin, spin. On one hand, I think I'm pretty close to, like, figuring this thing out, and on the other hand, I'm kind of clueless sometimes. Like, maybe I should give this thing less output to sift through every time. It's a thought. That's a bit of a thought. What do we have here? Unwind to IO redirect. Token as expected. Item was not matched. Yeah, maybe we could just put these, like... Maybe we just put the unwind function in here. Your token is expected. Item recursively visited. The item is cursively visited. The item was not matched. Too many things. Too many things. I think that's all of the A increment function nonsense gibberish. What's it called? We want unwind. Yeah, I think all of them are reset unwind. I think. Uh, I just like throw an error if we get here. Okay, like I don't want to hit this path. In fact, I want to delete this path. I want to even hit this path. Like if there's no grammar at all, then maybe. An empty grammar item? It's the Noctua. Hello, hello. Could be either empty, empty grammar? Or we forgot the unwind. Never forgetty. Unwind. Never forgetty to the unwind. It should be, however, that anytime we encounter one of these increment things, that should be enough. What are you? Match count equals alternate. You would be what? Match count not equal alternate. I know we just put that in here. Match count not equal alternates. Then we continue. This is for debugging. Definitely. This is very verbose debug program. Oh, you don't have enough room in this little console for this thing. I'm also getting pretty close to the 8-hour mark. Extra gasp. Extra gasp. I want to end at the 8-hour mark. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I'm like, who knows? I'm kind of unsure. Like, I feel like I'm sort of close to something, but also I might not be. Crazy. Crazy. It's not that crazy. Have you seen some of my VODs? Have you not seen some of my VODs? If I go into like my video dashboard here, which is like all of the past broadcasts, and you go down the list, these are like 10 hours, 11 hours, almost 10 hours, 9 hours, almost 12 hours, almost 12 hours, almost 12 hours, 13 hours, almost 10 hours, 15 hours, 10 hours, almost 12 hours, 11 and a half hours, almost 11 hours, 10 and a half hours, 9, 10 and a half, almost 11. Eight and a half. Last 8.5 hour stream was in February. We're almost through April. That's that's a kind of, yeah. We kind of exceed a lot of things. We kind of go too far sometimes. The canonical 8-hour stream isn't real. Pull the power cord. Not the power cord. We talk for 13 hours. We just take breaks. Drink lots of fluids. Don't strain myself. Just regular water. Guess I'm kind of used to it. A little bit. Also, if you think about it, like, although I do talk for kind of a lot, I'm not, I'm not like the super chatty. I'm not like some of the super chatty streams that like constantly go. I'm more. We are more in the low energy category, and that applies also to like speaking. Although it's definitely a different kind of vibe. Raid Caesar Legends. Little Raid Caesar Legends. That sounds like one of those meme sponsors. Like you watch all the stuff and you're like, imagine making up a sponsor. It's like I don't know. It's what would it be? I almost had I had like a whole rant prepared for this kind of thing, which is like all the sponsors mushed together. Be like, it's a VPN, it's a meal service, it's a game. It's got precision aerospace engineering. It's probably a turbo encabulator. I'm basically describing some imaginary product or something. I wish I wrote it down. It was kind of a rant. You've ended the stand-up. Now you get to sit down. Fox ears as a headset. No, I'm gonna say no. I have individual components. Microphone, headphones, Fox ears. 3 separate items. So we have the Fox ears, and then we have the headphones, and they're separate. Although sometimes I've tried wearing them together. Headband on the Fox ears doesn't really remain compatible with the headset itself, or the headphones. Headsets are usually not very good. This is kind of true. Like the equipment that I use is the way it is because it's good quality stuff. Like I have high quality headphones. I have a really good microphone. A headset that has both of these things together really doesn't come anywhere close. So if anything, I would find a way of like attaching the Fox ears to the headphones. Like they're what are called studio quality headphones. They block all the sound and they have really good fidelity. And this microphone, yeah, it's pretty good. This is like one of those professional stage use microphones. Like, can't ask for much better than that kind of stuff, unless you want like a studio microphone. But those are a little bit pricey. This was a good compromise. I've certainly been happy with it. Maybe not for its EMI resistance, but as far as sound quality goes, I can't complain. Having a separate audio interface. Well, you're not going to get that out of a headset. The wireless mics. Yeah, if you want like a good quality wireless lav mic, it would have to be like an analog one. And those are not the most affordable option ever. I used to work with some of that equipment before. Because I used to do like professional audio as sort of like a volunteer thing that I would do. And like I never really questioned how much some of the stuff cost, but I'm like, I knew it wasn't cheap. And it's not. It's kind of eek. Some of it's kind of eek how expensive it is. A vacuum tube headsets. Given that vacuum tubes are fragile and they tend to put out a lot of heat, most of them are designed to run at high voltage. I'm gonna say no, they don't put those on your head. Is it powered by horseshoe crab blood? Maybe. Could possibly go wrong. Could possibly go wrong? Well, apart from burning yourself or shattering glass or electrocution, nothing could possibly go wrong. The tubes, though, they usually remain firmly inside of boxes of equipment. All the headphones are just analog shenanigans. Coils of wires and so on. I've actually thought about getting like a different microphone a few different times. But I'm also like kind of not entirely convinced that I would need to. Like, is it even worth trying to do that? I don't know. If I went with a different one, it would be, I'll try searching for a condenser instead of a dynamic. Because condensers have like they have a different profile as opposed to like an alkaline. An alkaline VT is definitely not a type of microfilm. Also, welcome. A much significant welcome to the Fimsh raid. How is the alkaline doing today? How is the astatine doing today? How many tabs does the Nympheus have open? Can we, like, shout out the cutest bevy coder of the owl alkaline VT, as they may say? Spelling is important. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Only like 3, 7, 4? Well, now you have too many Mesaka tabs. I'm pretty sure I was yapping about microphones. Partially to give me a break from this headache of a program that I've been working on. If you have not been here recently, also welcome, by the way, to all of the raiders. If you've not been here recently, I have been working on an operating system, the different components of it, the like user space components. And we're writing as many of these components as possible in the glorious language of JavaScript. Or TypeScript, as the case may actually be. For memes. For glory. For headaches. And so on and so forth. So, item number 1 on my to-do list is like lexers and parsers so that I can write the shell. It turns out that like parsers are difficult to write. Who knew? Especially doing so in like a generic way. Who knew? Who knew? Certainly not I, who's written several of them. We also need to shout out the astatine channel. This is also very important. If it is JS based, can it run on a browser? No. Yes, but no. In all likelihood, it will probably not run in a browser. Nor is it designed to. It's actually designed specifically to operate with like Node.js. So, like certain components, like file system access, for example, which are Node-specific APIs, you can't use any of this stuff in a browser. It just flat out wouldn't work. Because those APIs that it calls into, they don't exist in the web. you would, in all likelihood, have to write some sort of emulator, some sort of like system emulator, which is a lot deeper and more involved. There's also some components to it that just, they wouldn't work because they wouldn't make sense. Like one of the things that I want to write is like user space file systems and like several of the Linux configuration utilities. And a number of these things are going to be calling system calls in Linux that don't exist in like Node.js normally. And definitely not in browsers either. Like a call to the mount commands to like mount file systems. Browsers don't have that. A browser cannot mount file systems. Nor should it. Nor should it allowed to be. Another thing that I want to write is what's it called? Frame buffer stuff, like graphics stuff. So I would want to call into like the like either the frame buffer memory or like the graphics direct rendering API thing. What do they call that? The direct rendering manager or direct rendering interface, one of these things. It's like some sort of device on Linux. And you open up the device and then you perform a bunch of IO calls to it and it renders stuff on your graphics card. And I want to write something that interacts with this in like JavaScript, which at the very least is probably just going to be like frame buffer compositing thing. We'll see if I ever make it that far, or if I will give up before then. You never know. You never know. So what was I trying to do? Let me see here. I was trying to take apart the thing. The thing. I am so good with words sometimes. I was trying to write a parser. A generic-ish parser. A generic-ish parser that will parse all of my words into datas. Datas? Why am I stressing my words like this? I have no clue at all. So the gist of this project is that I have what is called a grammar. And the grammar is like a series of either grammar items or lexical tokens. And I want to take an input stream of lexical tokens and convert it into an abstract syntax tree of sorts by applying a grammar parser to the grammar, these grammar rules and the input tokens, and have it output some array of like high-level grammar objects. Will I make it this far? Probably. But it will certainly take me no shortage of time. Thus far, we have something that sort of almost parses some tokens into the grammar on a couple of different levels, but it doesn't work quite right. The thing that I've been struggling with for most of this stream is that I am parsing items in the grammar, and the ad break is about to start soon. Very yikes. It's like I'm parsing like one of these command name objects here, and I want to be able to like, once parsing this, I want to be able to like step over it and see if the next part exists. But preserve enough information such that if we don't have like suffix, for example, we can back up and just go to the next stage. But the whole process of like backing up, keeping track of everything, figuring out what I need to keep track of, there's a lot, and it's kind of hard. Kind of hard to like figure out what I need and what I don't need and what I need to get rid of. Just sort of understanding the scope of the problem is kind of what this stream has been about, apart from me yapping about everything. It's been quite a time. And it would appear to also be the break time. So if anyone has any random questions, whilst I wait for the ad break time thing to end, and you happen to be able to still hear my responses, then that would be awesome. Or I will sit here staring awkwardly. That way, if anyone has ads, they can be looking in the corner. They can looky in the corner and see Misaka staring at them. What's in the mystery land? The mystery land. You are referring to today's title of the stream. Today's title of the stream is kind of like a play on words. Do you know of the Alice in Wonderland? You gotta follow the white rabbit. So instead of following the white rabbit into Wonderland, we're following the white fox into Mysteryland. Which is also a partial reference to like the marquee bar at the top of the screen. Because one of the things is like a mystery something or other land. Anyways, I think the ad break is over. So I can stop staring at everyone, maybe. Or I could keep doing it. You never know. You never know. So now that I've had a smallish break, courtesy of the ads, which tend to interrupt me on way too frequent of a basis, I was talking about how to back up. Back up and retry and do it again and again and again. So the way this system currently works is that if we step into a grammar item, and then the grammar item requires a valid token, then we will step out of the grammar item, having reported a valid token, and then the grammar item will step out into the previous grammar item. But upon doing so, it will increment a pointer, a little index, like which subset of the grammar item we are actually looking at. However, I think the conclusion that I came to is that I don't want to increment this pointer. Instead, what I want to do is take the grammar item, put it in a list, and force the like parser to re-examine the current item. And if it is equal to the item in the list, then it will increment, such that the grammar items are sort of like semi-sticky or whatnot. Sticky, icky, sticky. So instead of pointing at the items, instead of incrementing to the individual items, I think we want to like we want to examine this list that I'm talking about. And I do in fact have the list in question. This does exist. But we don't like reference into it. It's the hard part. That is the tricky part. So wherever we have this increment function here, instead of incrementing that on a token match, or not a token match, let's see, I think it's this thing here, the alternate item previously expected unwind item match. I think we want item match. Too energetic. Sometimes I need energy. Sometimes I need the energy that the songs provide me. Be like, yes, I am fighting an epic battle against the software that I'm writing. Cue the battle music. Cue the high energy battle music. It will wake me up. Sometimes it helps. Be like, I will finally triumph over the software that has eluded me for the entirety of 8 hours. And I think in this case, the item in question is this I variable. We want to like get rid of that. Kind of important. I think we also want to get rid of match counts. I think. And then my other conclusion from this was that, let's see, we wanted to rewind back to, it was program, for example. We don't want the match item in here. We do want to take care of the tokens that have been omnommed. That's kind of important. And then the thing that I need to add here is that we have a list of grammar objects called the parse stack. The parse stack. This goes somewhere in here. So we have a current index of the current token, which we don't look at. We have token. We have a token match. We have chibi. E. So token isn't just going to be token type. You could be token type or grammar item. You know, I'm kind of curious. I think I worked out a feature which was like, what was it? I think if you say the word, I think if you use either the CSS emote or you say CSS, capital letters, somewhere in one of your sentences, I think it's supposed to like switch the chibi. I don't remember if I actually did it that way or not. It was an experiment of mine. Maybe that's why it's always on this CSS chibi. I do not remember though. Do not fully remember though. Or maybe it was some sort of like automated reply. I'm not sure. I have something that triggers on the word CSS though. Anyways, I have token. We don't want token. We want to check if the parse stack length is greater than 0. Then have, instead of being like the current token item, we're going to grab the current parse stack item. I guess we'll just grab item 0. We're going to need to keep track of the offset here, though. Because if we have an offset, kind of difficult. So what is this thing set up for? I've expected. Have. What I've expected is grammar. Then we don't want to print out token match, maybe, or maybe we can. I don't think it matters. Alright, so this should fall apart as soon as we hit line break. I think. Where is the start of the call? We have line break, complete commands, unwind to line break. I don't know if we want to unwind to line break or not. I think we might, though. This is the way this works. But we might have to make it back up. What do we have? Line break. And we have a match. And we go back to program. Token match on line break. We visit line break. And then we will visit commands. And then it kind of proceeds. I don't think I actually display what the token I am using here actually is supposed to match. I do know, however, that if we have an item here, we have this eaten number. We have the eaten number, and then maybe we also have a num. So we have to find all the places where we have eaten thing, and we also have to set num. And this is like the one place where we have to like do eat or num. Silly names aside, basically we want to keep track of how many token yum tasty. How many tokens are consumed? How many token are consumed? See, I think we want tasty num. Eaten yums. Very E. $116 items consumed. Unfortunately, I think we need like two different... I think we need like two different variables, or I need to manage this variable slightly differently. Because I basically have to keep track of how many items in the grammar stack have been eaten. I'm like, maybe it's fine. Or no, we have to go. As I descend into the grammar, as we go deeper, as we go derper into the grammar, we need to keep track of like the number of previous grammar token items we've taken from the grammar array. Which means that I might need another variable, but I don't know where to keep it. Don't know if it needs to be like global-ish or not. I think that would be part of expectation. I want to say. So I'm pretty sure we want state num. If I use this as an index directly, then that means like the previous items aren't going to be able to maintain their current depth appropriately. Are you grammar item? Okay. We're gonna num the grammar items. I want to eat the tokens. Let's see, and we also want to keep track of, what is it, state num less than length. So if we have an item that's less than num, then we're going to look it up. Which should maybe, possibly, make it so that we can get past the first item. But not really. Also need nummed. I go with the best variable names sometimes. Alright, the way that this works, the way that it will work here, we don't want to touch numbed. The numbed state happens when we descend values. Num is the current nummed plus We're going to like torment future Misaka with these variable names. Yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit. Basically, we only want to set the nommed value to the current to like state num. Yeah. A little bit rare. I think that should work though. Maybe. Slightly. I'm not seeing any additional items getting processed here. So it doesn't work exactly the right way. So what do we want here? We want make sure if we have one of these matches here. I'll be able to visit commands. Possibly. Command list separator list and or pipeline pipe sequence command simple command command prefix redirect file IO file all these tokens number location here those tokens line number IO number was previously IO location previously command prefix assignment word and prefix the simple command command prefix command prefix command name reserved word token is expected reserved word Hmm. So it's not reading the tokens. We're not reading into the tokens all the way now. That is interesting. Yeah. This is kind of what we need. The what's it called? Token index variable for. Right now, I don't think we have that. Let's see. I want both the indexes. What are those called? Current index. Very descriptive name right there. Current index of what? And then we have omnum. Neither of these variable names are good. What are these? They're memes. They're like it's like what am I thinking here? Why am I doing this to myself? Why are we tormenting? Why are we tormenting the future Misaka with all these silly names? Why is this whole entire project a meme? It certainly processes a lot of token, but it's hard to pick out what I'm looking for here. There's a lot of noise in the listing here. So we have pipe sequence command, symbol command, all these prefixes that I don't care about. Number, location. Both the indices here are 0. Why is our token line break? You know, I think I sort of get this. This is nam terrible variable name, by the way. We want the omnom. We want to omnom our tokens. It's the sleepy geocoder. Hello and welcome. Not the omnum. Omnum-num. The omnom-nom. I'm being crazy silly with my variable names again. I must be stopped. I needs to be stopped. What do we got here? Line break. You visit item. Unwind to line break. Match. Line break. I got reserve word. Through all of these with reserve word. Number, assignment, prefix, name. Prefix, command, name, reserve word, token match, item match. We got whatever this thing is called, command name. Very, it's all. So we want to step backwards to something. Program. Command name. We don't want a command name. We want to go back to whatever was processing command name. I think. Simple command or something like this. Prefix. I think it was like prefix. It was either prefix or it was simple command. I think it was simple command. So we have to put, see, the item match segment, this bit of icky code. Let's see, this part here, item match. Instead of doing item match, we want to I think I'm gonna delete all that. Put this up here somewhere. Not that far. Like right before we do item match. And I don't know if I want to take the eat and the yum. I feel like these are kind of something. I feel like these are maybe something that we want. This is a lot shorter of output. What are we working on? This right here is a parser, a semi-generic parser for an operating system that I am writing. We are writing an operating system in like TypeScript and JavaScript. This sort of nonsense. And I decided I would write like some kind of parsing library from scratch. We're going to call it, I don't know. The working title is ECMA OS in honor of ECMAScript, which is the technical name for the JavaScript standard. I might change it in the future if this actually gets anywhere. I don't know yet, though. That's not exactly high on the priority list. Because I am really bad at naming things. I should sandbox all of the running applications. And their own spaces or spheres. And you can call them ECMA balls. Eck. I shouldn't say stuff like that on Twitch. It's bannable. I know you're not, but gotta be careful with that kind of stuff. For real, for real. You should not. Yeah. Very yeah. Some people take that very extremely seriously. Read it Emacs first. very the way I always tend to read it is like Ekmoth, because it sounds almost like chaos, ek, chaos or something. But maybe I should like rework it in some way so that the word chaos is part of the operating system name. Although I think there's already an operating system called Chaos. The song in the playlist. The song, I think we are slightly in the area of the playlist. I think this part of the playlist right now, at this point in time, is Mecha Break soundtrack stuff. I don't have specific titles for any of it. I don't know if there are specific titles for any of it without digging. It is video game music, though. Those annoying... What's it called? The game. The game. Unless you're like super behind in the current stream? It's Mecha Break. The stuff from hours ago? The likely more instrumental stuff from back... How many? 4, 7... Was it 10 something? 20, 30... About 30 minutes ago? I think all of that was like Ragnarok online music. And then there was some stuff in between there that's just sort of random. Lots of random. None of random. What do we do here? Unwind. Match program. I don't think I did this the right way. Current expected state here is line break. But, that does not seem right. I know that I had this set up differently. I don't know how. I know not how I did it. Alright, grammar item. Lex token or grammar item. path. Not the path. Well, I messed up the stacks in some way. The state stack. And now line break exists. But program, the thing that we are actively parsing, does not exist. Maybe we need to point it at the end of path. Instead of the current item here. So we got current, the current grammar item. So what are you? You're the expect item. Expected path. At -1. Maybe like that. Visit item. So an expect item instead of expected. T. I don't think I fixed it. I think I made it worse. I feel like I made it worse. I made it much worse. Oh no. Just kidding. It's not that much worse. Not really actually that much worse. Except you are object instead of being grammar. Grammar item. That's probably why it's worse. Looking at the wrong thing. Alright, what do we got here? Now that we're looking at the correct token item, you will match back to program. Program state. An expected match. This program state, new state is 00. Alt item here. Have line break complete commands. Program. How did we end up with program item? Because we're pushing state. We're pushing state. Well, that's not right. That's not right. See, I think I also don't want to do object reassign here till down here. I don't know if that's gonna do it or not, though. We got line break command name. That's promising, I guess. Kind of. So we got here. Expected list. Alt match. Item match. Match line break. To match item 0. Against line break. Which takes us back to program. We token match line break. We visit complete commands. Visit a bunch of these, comparing them against reserve word 2. The Frontera town theme. Oh, that's a good one, actually. I actually like that one quite a bit. out of all of the like Ragnarok Online soundtrack theme that I have, that one is pretty good. I could just like scroll up here and play that one again. I think it's this one. Yeah. What do we got here? Redirect. I've actually put this on to like fall asleep to before. Pretty good. Compare all the tokens. Compare all the tokens. You got commands. Prefix. Commands. Word. Token match. Command name. What do we want here? Expect match 24. Command name. I still feel like that's not quite right. But maybe it is. No, yeah, line break and command name. I think this thing is lost. Doesn't know where it's at. Doesn't know where I'm at. Or shell expand called. Or shell line called. I kinda just want to shove a source pause in here. And I have to keep like breaking the program, breaking out of the program after running it. Because I'm not. I have no idea why I did that for so long. But I did. Yeah. Now it runs and it laves. No more song. No more chill song. Or I could just leave it on loop until I get bored of it again. It's a very good song, though. A very high quality song, though. A very good ambience. What was that other one? Promptera Field, I think, was also pretty good. Poem. I've also like chilled out to poem a lot. Alright, let's find my silly to-do debug line and, I don't know, dial up the number. Make it 3 or something. 4? We'll go 4. 4 is a good number. What do we got? Line break, command suffix, simple command. We actually have command suffix. Am I building a language? I am not building a language here. We're building a parser for an existing language. The shell language. Required to build a shell for operating system. I'm building an operating system, basically. So the hard part is just following the specifications. We are bashing a language parser for an OS shell that resembles Bash. The parser, however, is going to be used for a variety of utilities. Gotta eck my shell. What my shell? What are we doing to my shell? What are we doing to the shell? What do we have? So I'm gonna pick the plot up right around command name. The ish. The sheesh. At the top of the source file, I have help data text that gets printed out, or will potentially be printed out. And it refers to the shell as sheesh. Yep, don't know why I did that. Bin sheesh. Something else. It's something else. Anyways, what do we do with command name? We match the full state from the program state here. Somewhere in simple commands. Kinda, sorta. I don't think I have this fully worked out, however. We should be able to match command name. And then we should be able to match... Let's see here. No, we should not be able to match command suffix. Why do I need to parse the shell language so I can write a shell? The shell has to be able to parse a shell. I guess that's sort of a non-answer, though. The deeper reason here is that I want to rewrite all of the user space, because that's part of the fun of writing operating systems. And as part of this, I've set myself in a sort of informal goal to make the core utilities, including the shell, so then I can like run like the GCC and Node.js build scripts. So we need shell. We need a shell of some kind to run the scripts, the configure scripts mainly. So I can achieve the goal of like sort of self-hosting the system, kind of, sort of. As opposed to being stuck just like cross-compiling everything, which is not very fun. Self-hosting is so much more fun. I think this is a goal that more operating systems should strive for. It is the T-Modis. Hello, hi, welcome. Hello, greetings, welcome, hi, hello. Building the utilities, including the shell, all in TypeScript. Yeah, sorta, kinda, sorta. We open up to do a big list of items. So we want to write core utilities. This consists of like M4, shell, sort of bash, all the shell built-ins, some of the core utilities. I have to rewrite awk. A bunch of these other like POSIX Unix utilities slash built-ins, which I probably should have sorted a little bit better. And maybe a couple of other odds and ends for system management, such as mount and unmount. Maybe the bin utilities. So like assemblers and linkers, this sort of nonsense. Make, so we can build stuff. I think Node.js also needs like a Python interpreter, so I might end up having to write a Python interpreter in TypeScript. Or I might find one. People do that kind of stuff, right? I should leverage more libraries in my operating system. Embrace the JS ecosystem. And then we got the absolutely cursed category, which is things that I'm like not 100% certain in whether or not I want to do. Like the Python interpreter in JavaScript. Compilers in JavaScript for like common-ish language stuff. JavaScript C. Turn JavaScript into x86 maybe. Turn JavaScript into WASM maybe. I don't know. Like build C compiler. Do all the things that C compilers do. Assembler, maybe. Maybe we replace libc with JavaScript. There's a reason why this is all absolutely cursed. For the absolutely cursed section here, The objective behind this whole segment here is to like replace the Node.js runtime with JavaScript that gets compiled directly into like native machine code so that it can run without a runtime of sorts. Right now we just use Linux. glibc is the C library that we currently use. The Linux kernel doesn't use anything. Like, the Linux kernel is like the lowest level component in the system. It doesn't depend on anything. libc is like a user space thing, completely 100% independent from the kernel. That said, however, if you want a user space, you need some sort of like equivalent of the libc functions, because that's where all the syscalls for user applications typically end up. Also, hello again to the CSM 101 ET801 HCT. I don't know why I read it like that. The JavaScript OS in the Mesaka robot. Tempting. Kind of tempting. I would say maybe not. Or if I do, there'd be like a lot more something or other to it. A lot more refinement that would have to happen. Probably. Probably not. Yeah. Anyways, what happens when we encounter suffix? We got suffix redirect. Redirect suffix. And suffix. Man suffix can input reserve. Wait, why do we have reserved word? Do we have word? We have word. I think this is sort of the same problem that I had earlier with the nommed items versus the eaten items. Can we rename you to eat? Now we make an eaten field. A silly variable names aside, these are like kind of what's it called? Down level contexts or whatever. So when we encounter this part, we want to get eaten be like current index. Current index. Token index. State plus eaten. this will serve as our like downstream count of our offset to the tokens. So now we have command name simple command, which is a little bit more like what I would expect. Because we're not like backing up in the token field. We got command name matches word, match word, expect match word. We back up through this. Then we get command name matches command suffix is definitely not a pipe character. Definitely not. And suffix. What do we got? Redirect. Suffix. Alternate. Could be a word. Have unmatched. Pipe. Pipe is definitely not a word. Yeah, suffix, comma, word. Don't have any suffix right now, so we go back to simple command. And then we find command name. We match command name, so that's kind of good. Then we go back to simple command. See, that should unwind back to whatever this sequence here was. So we have simple command. We match simple command. This equates to command. I don't have the grammar open. So like follow along here. We have command consists of simple commands. As opposed to compound command. Command is located in pipe sequence. Pipe sequence. So if we didn't exit out here, I think it would continue into pipe sequence. Maybe pick up the pipe identifier thing, the line break thingy. Maybe. Like the output result isn't very clear about which tokens were actually consumed to generate each item. I feel like I should have maybe provided that in some way. Oh well. It's actually not very hard to add. We'll just dial up this number a few more times. Sure, it will give me something sort of vaguely interesting. So yeah, what do we got here? Line break, command name, simple command, command pipe sequence, pipeline, and or list, simple command, command. That's a whole mess of items. How about 14 items? Oh, it's grammaring. I dare say it seems like it's grammaring. I don't know if it's doing it the right way or not. Can we just, like, make number go up? Number go up? Can we, like... I don't think it's supposed to do that. Number go up, alright. It doesn't end. That's not good. The up and up and up and up by Coldplay. Open source streamy thing. I don't know what you would mean by that. I don't know what open source streamy thing would be. Pretty much stream only on Twitch, though. Much to my own potential demise. Own cast or PeerTube. Well, considering I've never heard of either of those, and know nothing about either, I would definitely say no. I did try once upon a time to set up my own, like, video streaming server on, like, my web server thingy that I have. But it could only handle a single viewer. So I was like, that doesn't seem practical. I would need, like, some actual hardware from something this decade. And I would also need an excuse to actually, you know, do that. Like, I don't really have any compelling reason to stream to another platform besides Twitch. Apart from maybe YouTube or something, but even that's a bit of a stretch. Like, there's no audience to be had there. There's no discoverability there. YouTube, maybe, but I don't know a whole lot of people who watch, like, YouTube live streams. I certainly don't watch YouTube live streams very often, if ever. Why is this thing spinning? Why are we spinning? You know what I should probably do here is, like, if we've eaten all of the tokens, then maybe we return. You know, when is it? Eaten plus 8 equals, or greater equals, context, tokens, length, return, abort, cancel, sleepy after 10 sleepless hours? I have been awake for significantly longer. 10 sleepless hours. It's definitely been, like, good fun. I don't know why people want me to sleep all the time, though. It still doesn't escape. That's not good. That's not good. We need this part here to go in here somewhere. Maybe on current index. Current index, because I'm pretty sure we have item previously expected nonsense. It still doesn't do it. It still doesn't do it. Not. Straighten my damn spine. Ever. I'll drink fluid, though. I probably have some of this not quite tea left. I should probably be, like, stopping, not taking breaks. Can you get sued for a free game? Yes. If you, like, infringe on someone's copyright, you could potentially get sued. It's very unlikely. However, I am not a lawyer. I cannot give legal advice. But I do know that there are things that you can be held liable for. Are usually related to like um, infringement, like incidental damages, naughty, crazy stuff. A very peculiar question. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get the gunk out of my throat. Using someone else's IP, generally a bad idea. I mean, consider this. Nintendo will sue you for trying to, like, I don't know, advertise things that use their own products. Like you can't advertise Nintendo's products. Or advertise events that like use Nintendo's products. Cannot defend you in the court of the war crimes. The fan games, you could make parodies maybe, but they have to be like distinct enough and definitely parody. I have a stretch break waiting for me in the queue, and I need to make my spine not twisty. Unity. Suddenly, Meisaka. Did I get anyone? The Molan, maybe? Maybe, maybe. I have returned. I have stretched quite a little bit. Quite a bit. Maybe not enough. But also kind of enough. Once again, proving that Meisaka be kinda evil. Possibly evil. Or at the very least, mischievous. Yeah, where are we? Unwind to line break. Unwind to line break. Match line break. Match. Go back to program. What are you? Pipe sequence. How did we escape all the way out? To complete commands line break if we have a token pipe sequence. Something is very broken here. Of course, I already kind of knew that. I don't know what it's doing. I might have to just turn this number up until we get to like a state that like steps backwards. That should maybe happen in what, 30 or 40 iterations? Maybe not. Alright, we got type sequence pipeline and or list complete commands. Line break, line break, line break, line break, line break. That happens in about 47. I think. 48 is good. We get a loop in here. Just the 2H. Always showing up to hydrate me. I've been drinking too much tea today. I think I've almost been through like, what, 2 liters almost? Lots of liquid. Very E. Alright, so what does this get stuck on? We have, what, complete command. Complete command. Complete commands. Probably someplace here where we don't backpropagate the result. And I would assume that it is somewhere in program somehow. Dry completely. There is no way in hell I'm gonna dry completely. Unless it's that dry part of hell. Then maybe. See, I think I want to go up to where it talks about complete command. What do we have here? And or list. Complete commands. See, we match list. Go back to complete command. Don't remember what alternate is on here for complete commands. List separator up. Wait, is this even like a valid... Am I even parsing a valid line? I have like 3 different lines, and one of them is like complete and total nonsense. I don't think that matters though, actually. Because there are 3 of them. This is the last one. The last one is exhibiting the behavior. Why is it doing what it is doing, though? What do we have in here? We have complete command, token match, item match, complete commands, this might be one of those problems that I had earlier with trying to not reset the state of certain things. kind of a little bit ache. So match complete commands, and then we're stuck in line break mode. It's kind of oof. Encounter an unmatched pipe sequence, but we're visiting line break. When I want and lined to line break. Token is expected. A token is expected. I think the fact that line break matches against empty is kind of sort of oof. Line, we match empty, match line break. Should step backwards somehow. Yeah, I think this just ends up some sort of crazy loop because we have a token that it doesn't recognize, and it's gotten itself stuck expecting another token. One way I could solve this is to make it so that it doesn't rematch a token of the same kind at the same location inside the sequence. So you can't, like, I don't know. We would have to make it like check the this stack here. And if the current location in, let's say, the input token sequence is already matched on a particular type of item here, then we don't want to match it again. Although I think we just need to keep track of like the previous match location. That might actually be fun. Index of last match. Set this to -1. This would be like token index. A token index of last match. Yes, we go from like the most awful, terrible token variable names ever to like the most absurdly long, definitely not self-documenting, or maybe definitely self-documenting. I don't know. Some of these tokens like nest with each other. So what do I want here? I guess I want to keep track of where we push stuff onto parse stack. At that point, we want to keep track of the yum, the tasty, the token. Maybe? A very too much So in here, we have whatever the token offset is being state. What is it? Eat. State eaten plus yum. And if that's equal to the token index of last match, but also the parse stack item at the end is also equal to the current state. No, wait, that's... It's always going to be true. I guess I want, like, the last top of parse stack. So we have that. Indentation, please. Then we return. Maybe. So I dial this up to 50. Still do it. I guess I've just set the token index of last match. That's, okay, it bailed out at 2 line break instances. That's better. Why am I still going at this? Why am I still going at this? Hey, yeah. This is how we end up with like 10-hour streams. There is still, in fact, a Mesaka. I am still here. Why am I still here? Don't know why I'm still here. Why am I crazy? I don't know. What crazy? It's a little bit crazy. It's very long. Impressive focus, endurance. You would think that. This only works on streams. As soon as the streams end, kind of. Yeah. It's like the streams end. Off stream. I just like, for an entire day. I'm just out of it for an entire day. Just melt into a squishy blob. Squishy puddle on the floor. Just gone. Just done. Except we're not, are we? I think part of the problem with this thing that we are encountering is making it incapable of, like, doing the thing that I need to make it do is partially that we don't do proper reset. Bash of the program. So that's kind of like what is above my head. This is called the configure script, or a configure script. It's part of, like, GCC, although there are definitely other ones. It's hard to see behind the chat box, so maybe we can, like, I don't know, which one is it? It's one of these configures. Configure, line 16, buffer 333. Should have looked at my thing. So we go to 333. Scroll up here. This is kind of like what it is. It's part of the GNU AutoConf. It's not the libgcc item. It's the one at the bottom of the tree. It's just regular boring GCC or whatever. I don't know if that's this one. Yeah, that's too deep. Gotta go up a level. Yeah, that one. That one. It covers most of the things. You gotta like have a bunch of built-in stuff. You gotta have all the tools. You have to have pretty much all of the structure types. I don't think that they have while until, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, function declarations, because that's fun. Oh, they have a while? Do you have while? The while do? They got eval and expert all over the place. They make good use of tests. They use pretty much all of the syntax flavors. They use a couple of like parameter substitution flavors. They use redirections. They use base name, dir name, redirections again. Redirection, reattachment thingies, I don't know what you call those. They use the lovely sed, whom they blame a little bit. People tolerate sed. They use the dot to load things. That's fun. They put stuff in like back quote things they call subshells. They do ors. They do host name, a uname. More sed. Variables. Just a bunch of right, you're just like a giant single quote string. I feel like they might use here doc somewhere. Variable assignments, more case statements. Lots of case statements. Sleep to the Maisaka. Wake up to the Maisaka. Make the Maisaka. Question life choices of the Maisaka. We got continue statements. Lovely. We got for, in, do, done, that sort of nonsense. Lots more tests. EWD. It's kind of fun. Got the special parameters, of course, of course. We got cat. We do have here document. One loves here document. We got variables in the here document. More sed, more case, more subvariables, more continues. I don't know what they're nesting in here. Something crazy though. They got grep. Grep is pretty tasty. Got redirection. Append to a file. We got exec. This is one of those like brace things. I don't remember what those do. Some kind of statements. These are not things that we've remade. These are like what we want to parse with the shell. It's like a configure script, which is written in shell, and this is kind of like the goal is to run this with the shell that I am writing. And have it work correctly. Got the trap command in here. I don't even know what that does. Something about signals. I don't remember. I'll look it up, I'm sure. The shell itself is written in JavaScript, and then it sort of emulates all the behaviors of a shell. And anything that's not like built in or emulated, the shell, the JavaScript will have to like run programs as if it were a shell. Which, I mean, it does support that kind of thing, so... So this is not outside of the ability of the thing. Got shift. Shift is fun. We got set. More case, more test. More shift. We are on line 2500. This is only 12% through the file. Got lots of echo. If you could not tell, a good portion of this is like, I believe it's like generated, some of it, and some of it's also like some of it might be tweaked. I don't think it is though. Like I think it's derived from an input file. We got while colon diff. Diff is fun. Diff is always fun. We got break. One cannot simply break. We got target libraries. The build utilities. We got the test. We've got something else. Something else. We got case, more case. More case, more case. These are all the parameter options. We got enable year 2038 equals no. It's just some random nonsense. I don't know why I'm reading this. We're not even to the step of running it yet. We got exclamation point expressions, continuations, patterns. Somebody wanted to see the test script, the thing that we are trying to feed into the shell program. This isn't what we're currently trying to run, if anyone is curious though. Currently what we are trying to run is like a small scale test. A unit test, if you will, almost. But less automated and more like just does it do the thing that I expect it to. What does it do? We just want to observe its behavior. Anyways, let's go back to source code here. If we go up to the top of one of these state entry things, am I good? I don't know. Am I ever good? I might be good. I might be fine. My eyes are a little bit twitchy though. Can only mean that it's pretty close to being like possibly time to reset almost. I think if we encounter state updates to things, we don't want to use tokens. Maybe we do. This is actually kind of complicated. Kind of want to reset state A and state I. Double? All the double. This would be maybe a to-do. Maybe future Meisaka can understand, can fix this. If we reset these, then we might have, we will have to reread tokens. Which were already eaten. Restructuring is required. Also, hello again to the nuke bird, the sleepy teal coder, the colonoscopy. I am still here. I have been socially engineered to playing this song to put me to sleep. Instead, it has put me into a trance. I know. I am maximum focused for some reason. A maximum oof. What happens if we reset these? Does this like break everything? The outcome is different. I don't know if it's different in the correct way. It's just the nightly coding. Hello, 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 hi, welcome. We are working on a parser, a sort of generic parser, which I'm going to use for a shell, because I am writing a shell, because I am writing an operating system, and the operating system is written in like TypeScript, JavaScript. This sort of nonsense. Parsers be tricky. Parse or no parsey? I don't know if this is looping or not. Do we resolve? Do we resolve, or is this thing stuck in a loop? I feel like it's stuck in a loop, and not in a good way. Yeah, hacking it didn't work. I'm thinking we're gonna have to suffer with this again. We're gonna have to suffer through the parsers some more on probably the next stream, because I think that maybe, just maybe we take a break. Maybe we stop for the day. Maybe we call it at 11 hours, some odd minutes. This is probably wise. This is plenty. This is fine. I'm not going to say if the good progress was made, but some semblance of progress was made. I could probably double down and make it work. But I should also consider that I need to sleep. The almost canonical 12-hour. I was showing off like my previous stream runtimes a few times, and some of them go over 12 hours. They have definitely all been going over 8 hours for at least the past month, which means I have not been doing a very good job at restraining myself. It's kind of a disaster. Just a little bit. Anyways, I will more likely than not be back on Thursday. Thursday evening or Friday morning, depending on what time zone you're lurking in. It's still a little bit of a minor toss-up whether or not, like, we continue. How many ducks are in here? 100 duck? A very duck? A lot of ducks. We're gonna quit that. We're gonna leave those. I do kind of go crazy long. I debated it on, like, whether or not we just do more streams, but make them shorter, but I don't know if I would trust myself to do that. What I was doing for a while, and then I taught, and it was, yeah. We kind of tossed it all up. We kind of flipped everything. We kind of table flipped all the things. 8-hour kill switch. Very, I'm always like, that's when I get all my energy back, it feels like. I don't know what it is. It's almost 8 hours. The stream is just gonna, like, poof. Maybe. Maybe. I need to find myself music to listen to after the stream shuts. I can do that after I click the button. Anyways, thank you all for joining me on this very peculiar, long and drawn out and elaborate journey into the wild and wondrous land of operating system shenanigans. I have no idea if we're going to, like, do this or if we're going to do a side project next stream. Please look forward to it. As always, thank you much. If you found this vaguely interesting, then you might visit me again. Take care. Bye-bye. Farewell. Side projects. I have so many